Penny, I'm happy that I went to sleep last night. Took like 2 weeks to fix my sleep schedule, so just being awake at this hour is nice. Oh, this is what the sun looks like. Oh, okay. Something in this hallway. Destroy West Lab red lights line. The only thing that kind of sucks is I can't listen to what I normally would because I'm streaming off For the Win today. Kind of figured like, oh well, since I'm awake, I should probably do something worthwhile. I'm sure someone will come in here and complain and say, "Oh, you're playing that game; it's so bad." But I, I've literally run out of like patience for people like that. Like I've just run out of patience. Like there's a finite supply, and we're all out.
Now you're dumb, ugly, and dead.
Stop liking what I don't like. Like I don't get that. I hate table tennis. I don't want anyone else to ever play table tennis because I don't like what the fuck is it to you? Mm. Mm. And I think I need to install my other graphics card today. Oh shit. Fuck. That's what I get for not paying attention. Wait, I have got to use my little thingamabob. That's what I get for not paying attention. Try that again. I wish I could automate it that when I died, that would pop up.
I'm going in blasting.
Oh, that would be a sweet mod if they ever put mods in this game. Every time you die, like a little stupid picture like that pops up, and it goes wah wah wah. Oh, oh, me, really? I need to come up with like a clever title for Guild Wars 2 when it launches. I don't know what I'm gonna say. Something like, hopefully the crow is delicious. I don't know. Since I'll be eating crow, I guess.
ugly, and dead. Take that! That's right. I got you.
Okay. Wow, I'm not gonna lie, the one thing about the Republic is these people are really fucking polite. It's like nothing like the Empire. Empire players don't ask if they want to. If you want to, hey, you want to group up? No one asks. They just invite you. Oh, is this guy? That's Corso Riggs, huh? Just come over here and loot while I'm getting punched in the balls. Don't interrupt that. But maybe I shouldn't be so. Maybe I shouldn't be so quick to judgment. I don't even know if a gunslinger has an interrupt. Okay, indeed they do.
A little blaster fire.
Okay. That Corsa. What? No. No, your case did not come with power supply. You looking for a new case? Oh. Okay, that's fine. Filthy console peasant.
That's right. I got you.
Almost bought Dark Souls. Yeah, I thought about buying like Dark Souls as well, but I'd like to actually beat the game that I buy. You know, just call me crazy. Not go into a fucking fit of rage and like destroy everything in my house.
There's more where this came from.
I will say that the Smuggler and the Operative is like the most natural gameplay for me at this point. Everything else seems like a little, I guess, foreign. Oh boy, gotta sneeze. For Borderlands too. You know, I want to play some more Borderlands. I do. I'm just terrified that I'll play the game and be like, you know what, this isn't fun with other people. It's not fun unless you get to sabotage the people you're playing with. What the hell is it? It's level 25. How is it 25? You know what?
Good evening. Dr. Johnny is at your service. My, a powerful collection of individuals you are. Impressive. seems an opportune moment to reveal that I am not Imperial. I merely worked for them.
They what? Kidnapped your family? Planted explosives in your head?
Indeed, I was a prisoner of circumstance. Give me a moment, and I'll revive the good Captain Trazine, and I'm sure he's eager to speak with you.
I'm the one, the ace, the only. DJ turn it on the Willis gear.
What's going on?
You've been rescued. Isn't that wonderful?
Whoever you people are, thank you. Thought I was as dead as my crew.
How did these people die?
It was gruesome. I can't bear to think about it. This lunatic doctor's been tearing our bodies apart, grafting pieces onto Imperial spies so they look like us.
A combination of surgery and genetic splicing. Amazing procedure. I'm the first to successfully perform it.
Why did the Empire have you perform this procedure on our people?
It was all part of a rather ingenious plan. The Empire was secretly replacing Republic fleet officers with its own agents. Men enjoying their surely made perfect targets. The Imperials wanted saboteurs throughout the Republic's warships. They planned to destroy the vessels from within.
You must have inside information to know that.
The facility's commander is quite forthcoming, at least with me.
You deserve to die, monster.
But let's not be hasty. I'll gladly offer my expertise to the Republic. Think of all you could do.
To infiltrate the Empire? Well, I guess I'd go along with using this filth.
The only thing we should do with this horrible man is lock him away.
You're right, of course. I'm not thinking too clearly right now.
You people are passing up a golden opportunity.
I'll escort this sicko to my superiors for punishment. Thanks for all your help.
Tell all your friends about it.
I won't forget any of you.
Lame. Out of, oh, I totally hired that guy. Let me get this straight. You're pulling a face off. Isn't that the name of the movie? John Travolta, Nicolas Cage, Face Off. And the guy's like, oh, by the way, I can do this for your side. And like, no, we're going to put him in jail. I'm like, damage already done. I mean, do I fancy Guild Wars 2? Not particularly. Not that I'm not going to play it or anything like that. I am going to play it. Like, I think AWOL and I are supposed to be playing it either release night or the day after. I'm not sure. And I'm looking forward to trying it. I have tried it. I have done the betas and whatnot. But to me, it's not like it's not worthy of all this fanboy where everyone's like, oh my god, it's Guild Wars 2. I'm like, I don't see what the big hubbub is about. Obviously, there are going to be people out there who enjoy it, and if they enjoy it, you know, more power to them, but I don't see it having like a long-term hold on me. I'm like, it's great that it's buy to play, you buy it, you own it, you don't have to ever pay another dime to play it. That's great. Is AWOL coming back? I think AWOL is, I don't want to say he's done with streaming, but AWOL does a lot of promotional stuff now. The easy way to explain what he does at TGN now is he's TGN's hype man, so to speak. He is our equivalent of Flavor Flav. So he does a lot of promotional stuff for like tournaments and making TGN, you know, have some community feedback type stuff. So he's basically doing that. I don't know if he's ever going to come back to streaming during the week or anything. So that means you're stuck with me. But yeah. Wait a minute. That's a... What is this person? They're a sca... Why is this chick dropping to a knee and shooting things then? I'm over here thinking that she's a gunslinger. I did not think that you could play a class wrong, but apparently she's doing it very well. It's a, you know what, but I should have known better. There was no cover coming up when she would duck down. Guild Wars 2, again, I don't think it's a bad game or anything like that. I just think that it's not worthy of all this fanboy. Like, it looks like a fun game, and it does have some really fun features in it, but it's not the end-all, be-all game that a lot of people want to make it out to be. I don't know. I don't think that con turned me off or whatever. I just think that I have a more reasonable outlook on the whole thing opposed to this. Oh, it's the greatest thing ever. I'm like, no, it's really really not. And then what makes it worse is when a game comes out, I try to go to forums and get a feel for the type of people who are also going to be playing the game. And I went over to the Guild Wars 2 forums, and it's basically a giant circle jerk. It's like disturbing to read how ridiculously excited people are for this game. And I'm like, I could see it if it was like warranted, if it made sense that this game has, you know, everything, or is promising everything that people have been, I guess, clamoring for. And it does promise a lot of PvP. I like PvP, but it is not the driving force that propels me when I play an MMO. It's like, if the PvP is fun, that's a bonus, not what I pay, you know, $60 for or whatever. If I want real PvP, I'll go play a first-person shooter, or I'll go play a MOBA, or I'll go play a fighting game, whatever. You know, that's something that was built around specifically letting players test their skill against each other on a fairly even playing field. In an MMO, best case scenario you're ever going to get is rock, paper, scissors. And I tried the world versus world, and it's not bad. It's realistically not bad. Problem with it is that the world versus world turns into this circular fight where red conquers blue, blue conquers green, green conquers red. It just goes in a circle. And the reason I say that that part is unsatisfying, or that part is just a little off right now, is because you're working with people on your realm, in your, on your server basically, and it's hard enough to coordinate people in a guild with voice communication and some level of hierarchy. It's hard enough to do that, but then try to imagine doing the same activity with people that you have never seen before. No one knows who's in charge. There is no one in charge. If someone says, hey, I need you to do this, the first response they have is, go fuck yourself. I don't have to listen. You're like, all right, okay, whatever. I mean, it got bad just doing the beta. People just so unwilling to be cooperative about anything. So maybe I assume the world PvP, the world versus world will eventually get better. But in the beta, it was like, you can't fucking tell me what to do, and this guy would like walk off and kill a cow in a corner somewhere, and you're like, what are you doing? Shut up, motherfucker. I'm like, all right. Like, it got ridiculous, so. I just think that large-scale PvP like that needs to be based on individuals, you know, contributing, instead of the whole, you know, success based on the group. So in a PvP match like that, I think it needs to be more emphasis on how many people did you kill, how many objectives did you assist in taking, how many times did you defend this area or that area, things like that, to add to whether or not someone's successful or not, opposed to, well, we're going to basically tally up at the end how many how many points of contention that your faction has. I just think that individual achievement there needs to be rewarded over whether or not your group succeeded. And obviously you want the achievements as an individual to sync up with the achievements of the group. Yeah, the personal story seems like it's pretty decent. I only got to like level 10. So I mean, the story seems alright. I don't really like the cutscenes in Guild Wars 2. And maybe that's just a personal thing or whatever. I think the cutscenes in Guild Wars 2 are subpar to the ones in Star Wars. And that's not pointing one game is better than the other or anything like that. That's just saying that I think that one aspect of the game is subpar to another offering on the market. But again, you can say the same thing about Star Wars rating. Like, Star Wars rating is subpar to Rift or subpar to World of Warcraft. You know, obviously not every game is going to win on every front, so that's to be expected. I think there's PvE, I just don't think that the long-term PvE, like, I don't see anything there to get me, as a person, interested in the long-term PvE. For instance, there are, I want to say world arcs and world bosses to fight, but with no tiered progression, I don't feel, like, no vertical progression. That's the difference in Guild Wars 2, that the progression PvE-wise is horizontal, meaning that at whatever level, appropriate level, you can go and do everything that's appropriate for that level. So max level I think is 80. So at level 80 you can go and do all of the in-game content that's available, and you can go and do, you know, some bosses here and then stop, and go do a couple bosses here and then stop, and do a couple bosses there and then stop. You don't have to do this dungeon, complete it, get the gear from that, then you can go do the next harder one. So it's a horizontal type of deal, and I think that's great. But the problem was with someone like me who would log in every day and play, I'd be done with all that content very, very quickly. There's nothing to gate me and stop me from going to the next thing. So as soon as I'm done with this, that, and the other, I'm on to the next thing. I've done 4 bosses in here. I've gotten all the gear or the loot I need off of this boss. I'm moving on to the fucking next one. I've done that one. It's realistically no harder, no other difficulty. Move on to the next one. So those are the things about Guild Wars 2 that kind of have me skeptical about the end game. And people can say, oh, you're wrong, Bordeaux, but no one's done the end game yet. I mean, no one realistically has gotten to the end of the game, tried it out, played it for 3 months, and said, oh, Bordeaux, you're totally wrong, here's why. And if there has been someone like that, I'm sure they've been in, like, friends and family beta or something like that, and haven't been able to say anything to anybody. And I'm sure those, again, testers in Star Wars did the same thing. Friends and family do not make good testers. For instance, let's say your cousin Ted is a programmer over at ArenaNet. You're not going to talk to Ted you know, at dinner one day and be like, hey, Ted, I want you to know your game fucking sucks. Like, you're not going to say that. So friends and family make terrible testers. They just do by virtue of what it is. And that's kind of what happened in Star Wars, that they kind of relied too heavily on friends and family to give them honest feedback for far too long. Now, I don't know if that's the case in Guild Wars 2, if they've, you know, gotten away from that and they've gotten more outside opinion, but anyone who's like been in the game for a very long time and have tested it for months on end, who have done the in-game content and all that stuff, most likely are friends and family testers, or the great majority of them are friends and family testers. Yeah, I think running into a giant group of people too, and just not having to get into a group, just, hey, I'm in the area, you're doing the same thing I'm doing, let's just knock it out together. I think that's really cool. I think Guild Wars 2 will be fine. I think if they have account services, like character recustomization, and all that stuff set up fairly early on or whatever, I think a lot of people will be pleased with that. I will say that's probably one of my biggest pet peeves with Star Wars, is that in WoW, I would play basically Barbie's dress up. I would play a race, like I think my rogue started off as a human, went undead, became an orc, then became a goblin, then became a blood elf, and then became undead again. I can't do that in Star Wars. I can't change my races, and I don't know if that's going to be available in Guild Wars 2. Not saying it is, not saying it's not, just I haven't done any research to that extent to know. So things like that, I hope that they put in the game fairly soon, if not already in it day one. Because nothing sucks worse than having a character you like the class, but you've outgrown the look, the outward appearance, and you're like, I want to fucking change that.
Mercenary shot at me first.
Sure, justify your slaughter. That's what your type always does.
I like her look too.
Shanjaru is gone. I'll never tell you where Momi took it. I'm ready to die for my cause. Are you?
This has all been a huge misunderstanding. I'm trying to help you.
Oh no. Momi must have hired you to transport the Shanjaru off Nar Shaddaa. I am so sorry about those mercenaries. You came to the wrong place. You're supposed to go to Laje's. This data pad explains everything. Take this too. It's the least I can do after all this. I can't stay here.
Unbelievable. One of these days you have to teach me how you do that.
No idea. I'm assuming. One second.
Leaving you in charge until I return. Leger says there's a way to smuggle the Shanjaru off-world. We'll return the poor creature to the wild where it belongs and show those scum they can't exploit nature on our
It's
watch.
fucking PETA.
I'll return from the Legers as soon as I can.
At least we got a name. Maybe that blue-headed fella at Druga's knows this Slage.
Come on, let's head back to Druga's.
Lead on.
Yeah, I'm on YouTube as well. I'm on For the Win. Thus my choice in music. So when people are like, oh god, why is he listening to this terrible music? It's copyright-free music, and listening to Star Wars music all day will make me go out and commit homicide. So, it's either this or random person killed because of a disgruntled gamer.
You're
dumb, ugly, and dead.
So anytime you hear this music, it's because I'm streaming on 2 places at once. I'm going to try a 3 this week. I'm going to see if I can get up to 3 at the same time, which is probably pushing my luck. I take it back, I know it's pushing my luck. But as far as the transfers, I'm thinking the paid transfers, what they're doing is they're waiting on all of that stuff because they have the ability to do almost automated transfers. So they're waiting on doing that until they have the cartel store in place. I think what they're trying to do is they're trying to have everything be in cartel currency. And 2, I think what they're trying to do is they're also trying to have it all roll out simultaneously. What they're trying to do is show to stockholders that they can make a crap load of money and that free-to-play was a success. And the way to do that is to say that, hey, look, we opened up the store and we let people buy stuff with cartel coins and we made this crap load of money from the cartel store. And they'll be like, oh, that's amazing. And at no point will anyone ever ask, well, how much money did you make from the free-to-play, like, fluff items, and how much did you make from transfers and race changes? And they'll be like, we don't have data on that. We just know how much money we brought in, as they present EA with this fucking briefcase full of money or something. That's probably what they're doing. So I wouldn't be surprised if we didn't see paid server transfers until, like, November. I can't remember who the new lead is over at BioWare Austin. He's the same guy who did Dark Ages Camelot and the same guy who did let's see, Dark Ages Camelot and Warhammer. So he is either he's got a really good track record on one hand, he's got a really terrible track record on the other hand. But anyway, he said something along the lines of free to play doesn't necessarily mean November. He said we're trying to get out as soon as possible, and that November is just kind of like a placeholder point in time. So I wouldn't be surprised if we saw it in like October, or hell, even saw it later. I kind of wish sooner rather than later. It's kind of like a band-aid, just rip it off and let's see what happens. Hopefully we don't all bleed to death. They probably won't refund your stuff. I'm just being honest. It's range and I love raiding with it. I understand. I understand. You should still finish your operative. It's 5 levels. You're so lazy. Even if you just finish leveling it and we can do some dungeons. Jeez, she's so lazy. Expecting a massive amount of people on release. Yeah, I expect a crap load of people for Guild Wars 2 when it releases as well. I know I'm playing it. Not that I think it's the greatest thing in the world, but I'm going to be playing it, so I think there's going to be a lot of people kind of in the same position. It's like, oh, that's great. It's a one-time purchase. It's $60. I can play it forever. It looks pretty good. Why the hell not? And I'm just gonna be honest. It's not that it's a bad game. It's just it feels like more of the same. It feels a lot like Guild Wars 1. I don't know how to describe it, but it feels a lot like Guild Wars 1. And that's not me knocking it. That's just an honest opinion. Like, it kind of has like this generic fantasy feel to it. And I know there's some people out there who are like, oh, you don't know what you're talking about. It's got some of the greatest lore in the game. wasn't into Guild Wars 1, so I don't know any of the lore. So this game is, for all intents and purposes, like brand fucking new to me. I didn't play a whole lot of Guild Wars 1.
Let's get him.
Is today Tuesday? Yeah, today's Tuesday. Okay. So, shotgun blast him. Oh, the other guy doesn't come with him. Alright. How did that go? Terror was fun. I enjoyed it. I only played it for 2 months upon Western release, so a grand total of 4 months. When I quit, there wasn't any in-game content yet, which I knew that buying the game. There wasn't anything to do once you hit 50, or was it 60? There wasn't anything to do, and I didn't want to pay for a game where there wasn't anything to do once I was max level. Like there were no battlegrounds, period. So there weren't any battlegrounds. There were no raids. There was some grinding stuff that you could do. You could work for getting your reputation up. And they just recently added that stuff, like about, I want to say about a week and a half, 2 weeks ago.
You know I enjoy talking, but
So now that stuff's back in, I'm kind of letting it sit and kind of find its own place or whatever. And I'll check out the game in a month or two and see. I'll resubscribe, play it for a while, and see if it's gotten to the point where I'm like, oh well, this is pretty fun. I'll play this as well. It kind of sucked that they. I mean, I know that they released the game with some of the things taken out. Like they had battlegrounds in the game initially, and they took it out once they raised the level cap to 60. Yeah, once they raised it to 60, they took it out because level 60 introduced a handful of talents that made some specs or some classes more powerful than other ones. Like Lancers got something called Giga Chain, which they would throw out their leash ability, and they'd throw it out to like 5 or 6 enemies in front of them. They pull them all in front of them, and they hit them with the shield, and then they knock everyone down, and they stun everybody. And what they were afraid of was everyone who was a Lancer was going to immediately just, if you saw a Lancer, you died. They can take any abuse you can do, and on top of that, they can pull everybody and their mom in. So they went back to the drawing board, and they were trying to, I guess, reevaluate how those skills should work in PvP. And so they took all the PvP content out until they could figure out how to make it work. And I think they just put it back in. So yeah. Terra, I will admit the respawn timers kind of sucked, because if you were playing basically if you weren't playing one of the gimme classes, and a gimme class would be like a Slayer. If you weren't playing a Slayer, you basically kind of had your work cut out for you. Slayer, they just took the sword, charged up, spun around, killed everything in front of them. If you were a Zerker, you could do the same thing. Zerkers were a little underpowered. I know they've gone back and they've retrofitted this Slayer, not Slayers, the Berserkers, to make them more agile and to make them a little bit easier on leveling. Ooh. So they're doing a lot to go ahead and, I guess, I don't want to say rehash the game, but make corrections for the launch. And that's good. And I think that InMass kind of figured they were going to have a niche audience with that anyway. And so I guess their expectations are relatively, I don't want to say low, but are subdued compared to the expectations for Star Wars. Like, a lot of people just kind of expect this is going to have a wide, broad appeal, and that everyone who is anyone, this is the game that they would play. And that's not just from the developers, that's also from the fans. Same thing with Guild Wars 2. But Guild Wars 2, we'll see how well it works out. Because it runs off of the cash shop mentality. They already know that everyone who plays the game is not going to purchase something in the cash shop. So I'm sure they have their monetization set up to a percentage, like an assumption that 15 to 20% of people will purchase something in the cash shop, and we need to be able to operate within those confines.
You did is being felt all over. I saw a line of addicts going north and another going east trying to find new suppliers. But the ones they found were swamped. Nearly everyone's been turned away.
How badly will they suffer?
I've been through it. It's like ice in your veins. Cramps, too. A lot of throwing up. But that pain's like pulling out a hook, once it's out. You did hear? It's gonna change some lives. Carry that with you.
That's cool. Is that better for Coruscant? Indeed it is. I have to make room in my inventory.
Fine. Could use some shut-eye.
Care about customization. Be right back. Well, I guess I'll answer it now and then answer it whenever he gets back. I do care about customization. I care that my character looks different than other people's characters. More so than that, I care about how I can customize my UI. That's something that I'm, again, kind of let down in Star Wars. Like, oh god, I don't care what he has to say. I don't listen to that jibber jabber of alien speak, which is terrible to say. It is. It totally is racist. That Ching Chong talk is that. I am. I'm totally going to hell twice and on scholarship. But customization is something big for me. I think the best and it's not because of what Blizzard did. It's not, oh, well, the Blizzard default UI is amazing, or the customization you get from the UI is amazing. It's the fact that I can download a mod to alter my customization options. That stuff is amazing. Like, it's a big deal for me. Being able to make the game look the way I want to. BioWare has done, I want to say they've done something close to it. It's basically a retarded version of Bartender. I mean, it does what it's supposed to. I'm able to reshuffle and move stuff around, but it's not as good as Bartender. It's just not. I open up the interface editor. There's only so much I can do with the tool set they gave me, opposed to what I could do with Bartender. Bartender, I can do all types of great things with it. This one, not so much. I can move stuff around, I can play with things, but I'm limited to, I think, a grand total of 4 bars total. I don't have item rack, which some people think is stupid, but I think item rack is amazing. I think dual spec is great, and I can't do any of that stuff. So yeah, Ion really did. Twitch is behind by a fair bit. I don't know how to fix it.
It was quite a rumble in the quarantine zone. Let's see if it was you.
The Imperials were behind the abductions at Club before us. I took out their base.
This whole deal was over my head, but I didn't know it was that high. I'll be sure to steer Republic people away from Club Euphora from now on. Take care. But if you get a chance, an old friend in the industrial zone could use someone like you. His name's Gannick.
Was Better Live on? No. Alright, let's see where we're headed to now. I don't know. The only thing that the whole thing is this: there's always going to be a game that does something better than another one. Like character customization, Ion, hands down, is probably the best in the industry. Or I take it back, APB. APB spanks Ion, but Ion would be close second. And the farther and farther you get away from those two games, the customization goes from fairly okay to just downright terrible. But I don't think that's enough of a reason to like. A lot of people hate on a game like, oh, the customization is terrible. I couldn't drag this one guy's eyebrow to his fucking tit. Like who cares? I mean, it's such a minuscule fucking thing. The question is, do you run into your doppelganger? And if you run into your doppelganger, is it your fucking fault? I mean, if, for instance, if you're making a human, right, a very plain human, and you just say, I'm going to pick this hair because I think it looks the best. I'm going to make him blonde. I'm going to make him athletic build. And I'm going to make him white with blue eyes. Do you really think that you're going to be unique? I mean, there are people that look like that who live down the street from you. I mean, what in the hell makes you think you're going to look unique in a game? So you have to kind of pick and choose different things. For instance, I picked a Twi'lek and I picked green. Probably the most hideous color amongst the ones available. But again, I picked green instead of picking the like Sith tattoos. I chose circles. I don't have an affinity for circles over like the Sith tattoos, but I picked circles because I wanted to look unique. I could have left her face completely unblemished, but I gave her a scar over her eye because I didn't want to look like anybody else. And even that, I'm probably going to end up running into someone. If I was on a different server, I'd probably run into someone who looks like that. So, and then on top of that, you can wear different clothes. I can wear all medium armor, I can wear all light armor. And if you're not a tank, it doesn't really matter if you're wearing light, medium, or heavy, unless you're going to like off tank in an emergency or something. So I can wear all medium armor, all light armor, all adaptive armor. I can put in the same mods and look any kind of way I want within reason. And if I choose not to, who's that on? I mean, that's on me. In World of Warcraft, they finally got around to transmogrification. So again, you can look just about any way you want. I mean, there are restrictions if you're wearing chainmail. I think the restriction is if you're wearing chainmail, you can only transmogrify chainmail or something, or leather for leather. I don't remember what the requirements are, but something to that effect. Ooh, I'm doing that.
Maybe you're right about that. Share. That's an interesting word. Just how much are you willing to share?
God, I can see the fat. Jeez.
If you waste my time, I'm gonna be upset.
Let's see. Sorry. Yeah, I'm wearing pants today. Did they fix the Warzone queues? I don't know. I haven't tried anything. How long does it take to get back a ticket? Day or two. That's actually fairly accurate, a day or two. group finder bug. There's a bug. Oh yeah, yeah. Not to say that there aren't any bugs. I'm like, there's a bug, like, but rather I hadn't noticed a bug.
Ever get the feeling we're in over our heads?
Got the tools and the talent.
I don't know. The one thing I will say about this game that, or not this game, but in relationship to like Guild Wars 2 and Terra, the Secret World, is that the story is I will give Bioware credit where credit's due, is the crowning achievement. That the story in this game is the best I've played in an MMO. Especially if you've only played like the Empire before. When you go through and you play the Republic, I will say the Republic stories are slower to start, but they are just as entertaining and just as fun and just as memorable. Not all the companions are as good, but it's an interesting game. And if you've played the game and you're like, oh god, I got a level 50 Jedi Knight, then go make something on the Empire side. If you've got an Empire character, make something on the Republic. It's like playing game. Now, obviously, the second, third, and fourth time you go through the same faction, 5th, 35th, it's not as fun. You know, it is what it is, but the first time you go through it, both factions, it's a completely different story, and you get to see how the stories are intertwined. You get to see how the companions are intertwined, how the events on one planet are completely different than the events on another planet. That the arrival of the Empire is on, let's say, Balmora is in a different time frame than the Republic's arrival, and things are completely different. What's I need to do in here? Technology. I guess these computers I want to smash. Oh, down here. Okay.
Gotta fight on her.
And there are classes that you play in the game that you might play and didn't know that you would enjoy. For instance, I'm playing a counselor now, a sage, and I'm like, that's gonna be fucking boring. They're gonna throw rocks and that's gonna be boring. I love throwing rocks at people. It is the most fun thing to do in the game. I've never played a ranged DPS in any MMO ever. I've played tanks, I've played healers, I've played melee, stealth, dual wield, two-hander, all of those things, and I've never played I played a hunter, but only to like 30 or 40 or something like that. So playing this is like playing a ranged DPS in this game is like a brand new type of gameplay to me, and it's really fun. It's actually enjoyable. I did not think it would be. Okay, that's not one. I need to turn the sensitivity on this mouse down. What do you think about the new race they're putting in? Sometimes the Cathar. I like the Cathar. If you like Thundercats, you'll like the Cathar. Um, I'm starting to understand why they didn't put in the more exotic races in the beginning. And hear me out. I'm sure some people are like, "Oh, you're just a fanboy," but no. Hear me out. In all of Star Wars, the original 3 films, aliens are kind of rare. The vast majority of the people who are in the movie are humans. Lando is a human. Obviously, the only black guy in the original trilogy. No, there's 2 black guys. There's a guy who's like flying a Y-wing. So there's like 2 black guys. There's like 2 women in all of it, and everyone else is basically a white guy. That's just how it goes, and that's fine. But like as far as aliens go, the reason they're memorable is because they're so far and few between. The Twi'lek dancer in Jabba's palace, Admiral Akbar, right? Those are memorable characters because you don't see a whole lot of those. So I want you to imagine Star Wars: The Old Republic if it launched day one and they had all of these really, really exotic races. They had the Nawatalan, they had the Togruta, they had the Chagrian, they had Trandoshans, Wookiees. You know, they just had these really exotic races. How many people realistically would have played humans? Just humans, just a plain, average, run-of-the-mill human. I'm sure a good number of people, but there would be way more aliens running around than is normal in Star Wars. Just way, way fucking more. If you had the ability to be Kit Fisto's race in Nawatalan, a lot of people would have picked that, and you would have seen so many more aliens walking around instead of humans. The ratio would have been off. And now that they're adding the Cathar, I think they're at the point where they think that adding exotic races, 1, they can cash in on it, and 2, it's not going to upset the balance too much. I mean, for the most part, the people who are going to play whatever race they're going to play, Um, and so in the long run, it's not really that big a deal. I'm sure that's a concern they might have had, or that hell, it might have been a concern, might not have been, as to why they didn't put in like the Togruta and all that other stuff. Like for instance, if I could play Togruta, that's the only race I would have made. All 8 of my characters would have been Togruta. If you don't know what that is, watch the Clone Wars. Whatever Anakin Skywalker's apprentice, she's a Togruta. Yeah, whatever her name is. She's got horns, tendrils, face paint. She's like orange. I can't remember her name. Call her Ahsoka. Yeah, there you go. Ahsoka Tano. Like that's a Togruta. Chagrians, like I'm not saying I'm surprised they put in Twi'leks, you know, they're a fan favorite, but I see why they kind of skimped on the more exotic species. Miri Allens, Mira Lucas, they're different colored humans or humans with eye coverings, and that's basically it. And I see why they kind of went with that, because they don't seem that out of place. They don't seem like they are a prolific species. Alright, I'm going to some terminals doing something. Alright. So I mean, all I'm saying is that when people complain, there's usually, or I'm assuming, there's a rational reason why a company does or does not do something. So even with Guild Wars 2, I think when people complain, they're like, "Oh God, why did they make the Sylvari, the plant people? Why do they sound English?" The real question is, why the hell not? I was honestly reading the Guild Wars 2 forums, I think it was last week, and people are complaining, "Oh God, why are they giving an English accent?" I'm like, the fuck does it matter? It's not like they're speaking English slang and you can't understand what they're saying. They're speaking common English and you can understand them. It's just with an accent. And people are honestly upset about that. It's ridiculous.
And the town.
But again, people will bitch and fucking moan about anything. I thought the Asura voices were more awkward than Sylvari. Damn, you suck, dude. Hold on. 1 second. I got something for you. Now that I've given you some attention, you mad, bro? Indeed. I don't know if they're trolls. I mean, a troll is supposed to get you and then say lol no, but just coming in saying something to, I don't know, I guess garner attention. That's not a troll, it's an attention whore. Can't quest because you're too low. PvP, space missions, queue up for some dungeons, go back and see if you've missed a bonus series on a previous planet. So we have a complaint department now? I've got a problem. What should I do about it? Will any fucks be given?
No, we're out of fucks.
Fresh out of fucks, gotcha.
I want you to sit being angry and sexual.
I better not speak. Something extra for all my hard work.
Pussy farts, it's disgusting. Oh, no problem, war.
Imperials must have paid you guys good credits to keep quiet about this one.
Is that, nope, that's not better. Is that better? Nope. You know what? I'd actually like to be done with all A classes by December. I guess if I keep it this pace or whatever, I will be.
Non-human who's avoided the Empire's takeover. Most of us don't have that distinction. I'm Gannett. Foreman's my official post, but most of my time spent organizing the resistance. First the Huts, now the Empire, you know?
Seems like the Empire's in everyone's hair these days.
Sounds like I've found a kindred spirits. There's a chemical plant nearby. Sources say the Empire's designing toxins to kill specific sentient species. I sent an agent to dig up intel, find out what they're planning. She's gone missing. Plant is crawling with Imperial guards, so infiltration's not an option. I need an assault on the plant, head on. We need to get into their mainframe, see what the Empire's plotting.
The Empire can't keep any secrets from me. I'll do it.
Glad to have you on board. Find the plant's mainframe. Plug this data scanner in, and I'll get remote access. You'll find out who exactly the Empire's planning to murder with their chemicals.
How many level? Okay, hold on. Let's see. 4. 50 operative, 50 power tech, 50 juggernaut, 50 assassin. Let's see. Got a 20 sage, 20 sentinel, 21 commando, and a 23 scoundrel. The Harbinger server is where we play. This is actually the most empty I've seen Nashida in a long time. There's 38 people here. Normally there's like 60 or 70 people on any given planet at a time, if not 2 instances of the same planet. So oh, maybe it's because I'm playing a Republic. Maybe that's what it is. I'm still on my quest to have 5 million credits so I can get that in-ship galactic trade terminal. I think I'm pretty close to it. I think I'm sitting at like 3 million at the point. It's either 3 or 4 million. And I don't want to spend any of it. It took me a long time to get that money.
Let's do this right.
You know what? There is something that I will say that that Diablo 3 has, which is a shared pool of resources. I would love to see in this game a large shared bank between all of the characters in my legacy. I'd like to see all of my money on one character. That way I don't have to send money to this character, send money to that character. It doesn't really matter. I'd like to see that. That would be nice. It would be convenient, and it would tie into the whole legacy thing. Maybe even have it as a legacy perk. A perk of hitting level, let's say 45 legacy or something like that. To say, hey, you hit level 45 legacy. Now all of your things are shared amongst all of your characters, all your bank tabs, all of it. That would also encourage people who hit that legacy level to have a lot of alts and to play those alts. Damn, that's a good idea. That'd be amazing. Maybe some sort of tracker to see which character is making the most money. But that seems, I don't know, maybe that seems like more of an add-on. To be able to go ahead and just track and say, oh, okay, well, all of my characters have this much money between them. There was something like that in WoW. And I remember what it was called, where you could open up your bank and you could highlight or hover over an item and say, it would tell you like, okay, well, this character has 15 of those, that character has 11 of those, this character has 4 of those, this one has none. And it sounds really stupid, but it's really, really helpful when you have a lot of characters and you're trying to remember who has what. Like if you're trying to get an enchant done or get an item made, it's really helpful because then you can easily see, all right, do I need to buy more of this off the auction house, or do I have it hidden away in a bank tab somewhere? To make it feel like having a lot of characters and having them connected means something. But not funds. Yeah, Terra had it. The sort button from Terra is something that I miss desperately. I really do miss having that sort button just to say, okay, what, you know, make my bag not look as messy as it possibly is. Put all my potions on upper left hand corner and all of my gear in the bottom right. I thought that was really awesome. I'm sad that that's not in every game. Like, it should be something that even if it's not in there now, that they should go back and retroactively add. They should add it to the like default WoW interface, and they should add it to SWTOR as well. God, I miss that. Hmm? Oh. Mm-hmm.
There's more where this came from.
I've got access.
Wife in the cave, infidel.
Take a minute to rest. Must have been tough fighting through their defenses. Just another second, and there, I'm in. Here we are. Everything about the toxins, what the Empire's doing with them, and these chemicals. The Empire's using them to kill every evil guy on Nar Shaddaa. Probably a favor to the Hutts.
Whoever's behind this, I'll make them pay.
We've got to act fast. No telling how many evil Kai they've killed already.
The evil Kai, that's a race they should add.
These chemicals are used at some kind of extermination factory run by a Commander Vergust.
I need you to storm that factory and shut it down, now!
I'll strike them immediately. The Empire won't have time to react.
Thank you. You will have thanks from the entire Evil Kai community. Get inside the extermination factory, then find some way to shut it down.
I could shut it down with a well-placed grenade, I guess. My chick is awesome. What are you talking about? Look at her. She looks amazing. And that scar just adds to the mystique. She's supposed to be a smuggler, you know, kind of rough and tumble or whatever. She's not supposed to be all dainty and shit. Because pants are for chumps. That's why she's not wearing pants. I mean, I made sure she had the most rough and tumble speeder there is. Look at that. Look at that shit. See, doesn't that look like a smuggler? I mean, with these blue jean underwear of hers. That looks like a smuggler. Looks very rough and tumble. Like, look, I just get by the way I can. And if you don't like it, you can suck my balls. Yes, she also has balls. Giant, terribly furry and sweaty balls.
Captain.
Khan, you are... God, I hate you so much. God, I hate you, Khan. Like, I'm not even bothering to upgrade my gun. Like this it looks appropriate. Where the scope is longer than the damn barrel of the gun. I think that looks appropriate for a smuggler. Oops. I hear you said that. No. No, I do not miss you, Khan. You broke my heart, Khan. I can never forgive you.
Going to take him down.
Yeah. There we go. Hey man, I might run out of backspace. Hope not. Oh, they actually added the handcuffs to this. Like characters previous to like I want to say the last or second to last patch, if they were handcuffed, they just had their hands behind their back. They didn't have any device binding them or whatever. And they added it, which cool. I mean, not the subjugating of minorities, but
Nice moves. Thought I was gonna be sick if those Imperials touched me one more time. I'm called Abyss, Republic agent. Ganak send you?
oh, I want to play this race. And this skin tone and everything, the purple, I think is awesome looking.
I took down the chemical plant for him.
Good thing he found you. His cause is running out of time. Vergos, the commander here, he's a real monster. Once you hit the chemical plant, he stepped up the slaughter. Now Vergos holed up in his command post, killing Evokai as part of his genocide program. You've got to take him down.
What genocide program?
Something about the Empire wiping out non-humans. Whatever the specifics, you've got to stop them. Take out Vergos before more Evokai die. I'll call in Republic support. Now hurry! Stop Vergos, and his genocide program's toast.
I love how she immediately runs out of the out of the factory like fuck this. That's awesome. Oops. Con, are you excited for Guild Wars 2? Someone has to change their pants every 45 minutes.
That's right. I got you.
In 4 hours. Wait, are we all in the stress test? 6 hours of bliss. Yeah, we'll see about that. Con, I'm gonna make this pledge. I'm gonna play Guild Wars 2 for an entire week. I'm gonna play it every day. I'm gonna not play Star Wars for a whole week, and I'm just gonna play Guild Wars 2. And if at the end of that week I'm not in love with Guild Wars 2, you owe me $1. God damn it, you owe me $1 in their store. Who else? You know what? Yeah, that sounds about right. I think I'll play it for a week, and I'll play one or two classes and see how it goes. But if I'm not in love at the end of the week, I swear to God, you owe me $1 worth of in-game swag. Someone say Guild Wars. I was streaming last night and some guy came in, he was so angry that I wasn't like in love with Guild Wars 2. He's like just mad, like, how dare you not love what I love? I mean, he wasn't hating on Star Wars or anything, but he was just like so like some, and he was just like, what do you mean you're not masturbating feverishly to this game? I need to save my virginity for Saturday. It's disgusting. Exactly, that's what I keep trying to explain to people. It's not that I think the game is bad, I just think that a lot of I mean, realistically, the meat of an MMO is at max level, and that's no matter what game you're talking about, it's at max level. That's where the meat of the game is. And unless you've been in like the friends and family test or the alpha test or you're a long, running tester, you haven't played any of that stuff. So it's okay to be excited for what you've had the opportunity to play. Like, that's fine. I have no problem with people saying I enjoy the leveling process or the open world events, or I like the world versus world, which is stupid to fucking say, by the way. I like the open world PvP or anything like that. That's fine. I think what my problem is when people are like, the end game is going to be good. I'm like, how do you fucking know that? This is an untested formula, and there's no room for debate or rational discussion. It's just, you're a hater. I'm like, I'm not a hater. I'm reserving judgment.
My work's nearly complete. You can't stop me. No one can.
Oh my God, is this?
You'll just be one more dead alien I'll add to my couch.
Wow.
You realize you're a dead man, right?
As foolish as you are stupid. I'm going to enjoy
Do you see all these bones? You see this inferno behind this guy? I'm surprised this didn't get some sort of outcry or whatever. Like, oh, there are Holocaust survivors who this might be offensive to. If you're a Holocaust survivor and you're playing this game and this is offensive to you, you have every right to be offended. I have nothing I can say about that, because first off, you're like 65 years old or older and you're playing an MMO. You can literally tell me anything and I would have to say yes sir or no sir, yes ma'am or no ma'am. They say the journey is more important than the destination. Well, that's the whole thing I disagree with you on, Con, is that people are going to rush to get to 80. It happens in every game. It does not matter what they are told. they're going to rush to get to 80. And I promise you, within a week, maybe a week and a half, maybe 2 weeks, you're going to have a group of people who are level 80 who are complaining that there's nothing to do. I promise you. Now, that's not going to be the grave majority of people. Obviously, it's going to be a tiny fraction of the populace who are doing that. But give it 2 months, give it 3 months, 2 or 3 months, and you're going to have this bulk of people who are at the end game like, there's nothing to do, this is too easy. Like, I swear to God, it happens in every game.
The Empire's invested decades into this operation. It doesn't end here.
Shut up, Burgos. You're finished. What are you waiting for? Kill the monster.
Wait, I know everything about the Empire's other extermination factories. You can't afford to lose me.
He's bluffing. Kill him.
Wow.
She's a fool. Surely you'll earn a reward for my capture.
Goodbye.
For all those you've murdered.
No, you can't.
That's like a Nazi saying you can't shoot me.
I'll have my men clean up this mess.
I mean, not 20 seconds ago he was talking about murdering me.
Troops just contacted me. You've taken the factory. And Calder, where is she?
Over here, Chief. Your buddy sprung me. Killed Commander Burgos, too. Couldn't have done it better myself.
Burgos was mad. Someone had to put him down.
Yes, you're right. Still, we could have used someone who knew the Empire's secrets. I've got to take off. The factory survivors are coming in now, and they need my help. The YEEHAAAW are in your debt. You've given us the strength to keep fighting for our home.
Gannick's right. You should be proud. Now go on. I'll take over from here.
I like this quest line. It's a breadcrumb quest line that all fits together. Exactly, that's what I'm saying, Kyle. Well, you just have to kind of wait and see, and realistically pay attention to see if that works. I'm skeptical that horizontal progression is going to somehow satiate how rapidly players complete content. I'm just not sure that horizontal progression is the way to go. Not saying that it can't work, just I'm a little skeptical on it. That vertical progression, that hamster wheel, is what in reality keeps people coming back day after day, month after month, week after week, year after year. And if you remove that hamster wheel, people will blow through the content. It kind of happened in Burning Crusade when they had Karazhan was available, Serpent Shrine Cavern, and Tempest Keep. All of those were available at the same time. And so what ended up happening was you had a lot of guilds who were really, really good blowing through Karazhan, blowing through Serpent Shrine, doing TK, and basically saying, well, we're fucking done. And even that was limited horizontal or limited vertical progression. And they even had ways of gating people and stopping them from just going from one to the other, you know, with the keys and all that crap and the attunements. And even that didn't really slow down your creme de la creme. That just slowed down your average schmuck like me. Like a really dedicated raid guild would just blow through that stuff. We'd get people keyed in the afternoon. We'd get you geared out of Karazhan gear. We'd blow you through Serpent Shrine Caverns in, you know, one night. And we'd have you in TK, and you'd be on the same level of progression as another guild, you know, with very little effort. So that's with limited gated progression. Now you have the in-game content that's just available to anyone who hits max level. I don't know how well people are going to, you know, take to that, but hopefully they take to it well. And they're not upset and they're not like clamoring saying more. Uh-oh, that was a mistake. And but that's what I'm saying. That's kind of what happened in Star Wars because the content that was available was not competitive. The competitive people ended up leaving. There were people who were in not stars, cuties only or whatever, or for the Horde. They came in and they played Star Wars, and they were upset because when they did content, there was no recognition for being world first. There was no tracker. There was nothing like that. Then the content was fairly easy. And what I'm afraid of is that in Guild Wars 2, we're going to end up having this thing where people don't have anything to compete over. Like, you can't claim world first in a cooperative world boss. I mean, how do you do that? And that competitive streak, which a lot of Guild Wars 2 players have, PvP says it all. That competitive streak won't be satiated is what I'm afraid of. That's my big fear, that people will be bored because there's no, I did this first, fuck you. There's none of that. Yeah, but that's also another thing about the open world thing. And I'm not knocking Guild Wars 2, but I'm saying the open world bosses are not going to be very challenging. They can't be very challenging by the very nature of what they are. If you're playing an open world, right, and you're letting anybody show up and participate, and that in and of itself is fine. But if you're letting anybody who wants to participate, the boss fights can't be that complex. And Star Wars also did something too, that they kind of assumed that everyone who was playing was a novice, that they had no previous raid experience, which I think is probably in the long run, it's probably a good thing. You start everyone off at the same pace, and obviously someone from like Cuties Only or For the Horde or whatever is going to blow through entry-level content. I mean, there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. And that's the whole instanced raid thing that throws me off about Guild Wars 2. That's all. But we'll see if if people get over that or they can get past it. I don't see how. They'll just kind of like I'm going the wrong way. Yeah, I'm not saying that they are walk-in face roll, but at the same time, they're not going to have a whole lot of complexity to them. It's not going to be like, hey, if this one person does something wrong, it's a wipe, which is a hallmark of WoW difficulty level rating, and we're comparing it to WoW. No ifs, ands, or buts about that. We're comparing it to WoW. You can't have any of those mechanics. So all of the Steven is the bomb, Steven get away from people, those type of mechanics are out the window. This person doesn't do this within 20 seconds. Those mechanics are out the window because you can't enforce that in an open world pickup group. So it's kind of limiting on the types of I won't say events, but mechanics that a boss has at their disposal. And of course, when the game comes out, it's gonna be hype central. Star Wars, when it came out, it was hype central. I just think that people need to have a more realistic expectation with Guild Wars 2, and that the end game is probably going to be piecemealed in the beginning, at least. And that over time, they very well, I have every faith that over time, ArenaNet will go ahead and try to smooth it out and make it more, just make it better. I just don't see how it's gonna, I don't see how all the little pieces are fitting together to make this long-term competitive PvE. I just don't see it. It seems more of a cooperative PvE experience, and maybe that's what people want. Maybe that's what they actually want. Maybe I'm just old and stuck in my ways and don't see it, but maybe that's what they want. Maybe they don't want to have competitive PvE. Maybe they want to have cohesion and have everyone on the server, you know, get to know each other and work towards a common goal. Maybe that's what they want. But then I look at Modern Warfare and then I weep for society. So yeah, I mean, you very well may be right, Con, that maybe they're going for a cooperative environment just by the opposite. They're just like, all right, well, cooperative environment better than a competitive one, because maybe people are tired of the competitive environment. Maybe this is a more relaxed, subdued type of game. Maybe it's going the way that Terra did initially, where it's more community based and that your interactions with other people are more important than loot or anything else for that matter. That's what they're going for. Perhaps that's the shtick, and I'm just not seeing it, or maybe I'm seeing it now. And if what you're saying is correct, that they have the one person does this, it's a wipe type deal, or one person does not do this, it's a wipe type deal, then I promise you they will fucking change that. I promise you they will. Because what happens when Timmy, he's 14 years old, and he sits down and he's in the raid and he's participating, he's actually doing stuff, he's attacking the boss, or he's healing, or he's doing whatever he's supposed to. He's getting in the trebuchets and he's launching, you know, rocks and shit at the monster. He's doing everything he's supposed to, and then his mom says, Timmy, come here. Then Timmy just goes AFK. He's in a huge 200 person PvE event, and he just goes AFK for, you know, 5 minutes. What if Timmy is the bomb? I mean, that is a terrible, terrible design. So if that is true, in fact, that's actually what they're putting in the game and they're letting that kind of ride, that is a terrible idea. Especially when you don't have any voice communication. Timmy isn't going to say, AFK, guys. Even if he goes AFK, if he becomes the bomb while he's AFK, that's 199 people pissed off at Timmy for going AFK. Like that does not foster community. What fosters community is when everyone is happy. And the way to make people happy is you make it that they can kill whatever the fuck they are looking at. I can't imagine a raid boss, a world raid boss, being so difficult or having so many mechanics in place that people realistically fail on it several times. Like they're learning the encounter like it's a raid, or a instance raid. I don't see that happening. Oh wow, it's my character. It's my assassin who keeps clapping for some reason. Yeah, that shit's not gonna. That's not gonna last. Could you imagine how pissed off people would be? Fuck. God damn it, Timmy. And I mean, let's say it's 200 people. I mean, there's more than one Timmy in that group. There's more than one Timmy in that group. Like, that is a good way to get someone blacklisted. That is a good way to do the opposite of cohesion. But we'll see. We'll see how it works out.
We are so pleased to see you alive. How goes the search?
The woman who stole Druga's beast took it to someone named Lage. Ever heard of him? You are one messed up individual.
Do not despair, O great feast master. We will find you suitable entertainment. Druga must be more gentle. He forgets the Wookiee is collateral. When the gambler repays his debt, he will expect his Wookiee returned intact.
Why's that?
The gambler won the Wookiee playing Sabak. Forget that beast. Your revelation is more interesting. The senator's daughter has made a critical error trusting Lage. He is no friend to her. Before the Empire imprisoned Lage in Shadowtown, we purchased some of his beast experiments for Druga's pleasure. Ghastly abominations.
This guy must be really evil to get imprisoned on Nar Shaddaa.
He was considered too depraved, even for the Empire. That should tell you something. If Lage has Druga's beast, it may already be too late. Shadowtown is extraordinarily dangerous, but you must hurry. If you find Druga's Shanjaru, come to these coordinates. Goodbye.
And hello. The name's Zank Elrod, Captain. I'm Rogan the Butcher's personal bounty.
Is that a man or a hover tank?
You like my armor? I polished it for this occasion.
Zank, you're the shiniest bounty hunter I've ever met.
Rogan says I can bring you back in pieces. Hope you don't mind. I've got some new weapons to test. Got a half-dead Wookiee for a sidekick. Guess beggars can't be choosers.
This Wookiee's all I need to finish you off.
And me. And my blaster. I call her Sparky.
There's something unwholesome about a man who names his weapons.
It's unwholesome about a man who names his weapons. Yeah, it's gonna be a balancing act to be sure. I don't have a problem with them trying something new. I'm just skeptical. That's all. But perhaps I'll be proven wrong. That'd be nice. It'd be nice if I was proven wrong and they were like, ah, see, Bordeaux, you can have cooperative PvE and people will be happy. I really doubt that's true, but you know, there's always hope. I think for the PvP crowd, I think they'll be more than pleased. I think they'll be really excited. Mod, bro, why do I? All my mods 20? All my mods are 20. Fun over all other factors. And we'll see. We'll see if we ever get to that point.
Thanks for the assist, Bodar.
That poisons me again, jeez. Bordeaux has never been proven wrong. Ever. Hey, is this his pleasure lodge? Like the whole thing? No, 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 no. It's just the end part. Okay. There's always going to be people who don't like changes or just want to like the game in general, but I think it's likely going to be Fast Rise number 2 in the MMOsphere. We'll have to see. I don't know. I mean, the whole thing about, and I'm just being honest, the whole thing about Guild Wars 2 is that it's very hard to track statistics on a buy-to-play game. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's very, very difficult to track statistics. I mean, the only thing you can track is how much money they bring in from their cash shop and how many logins they have on a given day. That's the only thing you can track in a buy-to-play game. How much money they make from cash shops, and obviously their sales of but I don't think anyone's doubting that they're going to sell a lot of box copies. I don't think anyone's confusing that, but you can only just see, all right, how many unique logins you get in a day. And I think really at that point, I don't even know if you could compare that against WoW, because WoW has plenty of subscribers who are subscribed but don't log in more than twice a week. But no one's saying that WoW isn't, top dog. So I think it's going to be interesting that the market is going to have to come up with a way to judge success of a buy-to-play game. I mean, how do you judge it? Do you judge it on how many people log in? Do you judge it on how much money is made every month? Do you judge it on what merit and criteria do you judge the success of Guild Wars 2 on to go ahead and give it the title of number 1 or number 2 or number 15 or whatever? How do you judge that criteria? They'll have it based on profits. So we're just talking like raw money being generated every month. I mean, if we're talking about raw money, then that throws in an interesting dynamic. I mean, I'm sure ArenaNet runs on the assumption, I know they run on the assumption, that not everyone who buys their game is ever going to buy anything in the store. So if their main way of making money in the long run is the store, are they going to be making more money than a game that has subscriptions? I mean, I'm just a hypothetical on this one. I think that would be, if that's how they're going to judge it, purely on profits, then this would be a good measure to see if buy to play is more profitable than pay to play. I mean, this is shaping up to be interesting.
The Imperials won't be manufacturing. The Imperials won't be manufacturing any more bioweapons in that lab.
One second.
See ya.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, but that's the whole thing, Con. Since we can never get a price tag from anybody, we can't get a price tag from Blizzard or Guild Wars or Star Wars. We can't ever get, basically we can't get a straight answer out of anybody. The real question is, does that even matter at this point? I mean, if you can't get any of the companies to ever say, well, developing this new content patch cost us $2 million. Developing this cost us $750,000. If you can never get anyone to give you a straight answer, I think it's kind of irrelevant to say that more money isn't necessarily more profitable. I mean, sure, your overhead cost does play a significant portion into whether or not a game is profitable or not, but it's not the defining factor. For instance, let's say, just arbitrary number, let's say World of Warcraft, for them to develop a content heavy patch, let's say it has a new raid and 30 new dailies, right? That costs World of Warcraft, let's arbitrary number, cost them $200,000. And for Star Wars to do something on the same scale, it cost them $600,000. And for Guild Wars 2, it cost them, let's say, $400,000, somewhere in between. Pure profit is good, is the bottom line, but at the end of the day, showing shareholders the raw amount of money you're bringing in is also important too. It can't be overlooked. Shareholders like to see fat ass numbers. They like to see hundreds of millions of dollars coming in as profit. They love that. And I think it would be foolhardy to say that, well, it doesn't really make a difference. It's about the bottom line and only the bottom line. I mean, as far as the shareholder is concerned, all of that is important. I don't even know if I want to. I'll send that over. That's fine. On me dopey. I'm sure it costs. I don't know if it's a lot more. That's the thing. Since we can never get a straight answer at anybody, I'm not sure that it costs a lot more. Okay, when I say new content, let's say a new raid, okay, a new raid and 30 new daily quests. Not even 30 new daily, 20 new daily quests, right? I'm not entirely convinced that that costs so much more money than World of Warcraft costs. I mean, yes, voice actors do cost money, but voice actors don't get paid like this metric crap ton of money that people think. For instance, the guy in Eyeshine, the Black Ranger, what was his name? Johnny Young? Yan. Okay, sorry. So he's Chinese, somewhere in there. That guy, right? He does the voice of Ichigo and all these other characters, and the guy makes around $70,000 a year. We're not saying from each gig total. He makes around $60,000 to $70,000 a year, and plus, and he has a band. I mean, so the guy. I mean, this is a guy who hustles and he makes a lot of money. But we're talking between dubbing over for Cartoon Network on 2 or 3 projects, or Funimation, working in Star Wars as 2 or 3 different characters. He makes a grand total of $70,000. So while yes, I think voice acting does add to the cost of the project, and you obviously need to multiply that several times over for every voice actor involved, I don't think that the amount of money that they're spending is so far and away to say that World of Warcraft to do something similar costs them $200,000 and Star Wars is going to cost them $6 million. I don't think that that same level of, or that same amount of content would be that far and away. I couldn't imagine it being that far away. I mean, it's not like Star Wars comes up with brand new animations every time they come out with a content patch. They use the same, stock 200 animations that they have. Even with the newest event they came out with, they didn't even do any voice acting for your character. They just kind of came up with a contrived reason why your character isn't talking. And so they skipped all of the voice acting cost for bringing in individual voice actors for each class. No one said anything during the grand acquisition race or whatever. No one said a word. The only person that talked was the quest giver. So they hired one guy to come in, cut maybe 30 minutes worth of dialogue, and that's it. So I mean, they're working on learning how to cut costs. I just don't think it's that far and away. Yeah. Exactly. So it's like, I don't see this huge, when people are like, oh god, it costs so much money, it's like, well, where does the extra cost come from? I mean, once you factor in the voice actors and realize that these people are not making, you know, $30,000 checks from BioWare or from EA, they're getting checks for, you know, $1,000, $2,000, $4,000, and that you very well may multiply that 10 times over. At the end of the day, most of the time, yeah, they're paid less than the community managers. I mean,
Keep your voice low. These buildings are abandoned, and Imperial probe droids do sweeps periodically. Smuggler in, Republic Intelligence. Thanks for checking in. I thought you've made yourself a hero for some of the alien refugees around here. Try your hand at the prison break?
yeah, it's like having a backseat driver next to me.
Before you agree, just let me give you the down and dirty. This is about the Empire. The atrocities they hide behind Nar Shaddaa's neutrality. This is Shadowtown. Prison city filled with the Empire's worst assassins and madmen. Done ice till Papa Sith needs them.
Why would we release Imperial prisoners?
It's not just Imperials who wash up here. The Empire holds prisoners of war, our men in the worst of this whole mess. Camp 27. You know they're holding Akodomi here, one of the Jedi heroes of the Battle of Sullust. We want him back.
I've seen my share of prisons. This one sounds like a doozy.
I wouldn't wish my worst enemy to end up here. Security in Camp 27 is tighter than I've ever seen. Their access codes are in parts, split among teams of guards, so no one enters alone. Every few minutes, swap out the entire code.
I'll kick in the front door and we go from there.
I think that's beyond even your capabilities. You'll need to find the camp wardens when they're outside the shields. Get the codes from them. The whole thing, Mark, or one man's got more than one part.
These Imperial torturers will taste real pain.
Just don't drag it out. You didn't bring those codes back to me so I can get an imprint. In case you don't make it out again. Good luck. Go quick. If the codes change before you're in, we're lost.
I think really what the thing is that we have a team at BioWare that, and you're very well right, the hero engine I'm sure is not a very easy system to code in, I'm sure, and that's also probably a level of why they don't pump out as much content. I'm also sure that they have a lot of writers who work for Star Wars who put in a lot more work than they do at Rift. Rift, it's kind of like box of text, box of text, box of text, box of text, box of text. That's it. There is no response. There's nothing. It's just, I talk to you, you nod your head and accept quest, right? There is no in between. And so I'm sure all of that compiled together adds to the length and delay between making content for Star Wars versus another game. So, I mean, I understand that there's a lot more involved here, but I don't think that the level of involvement, I can't see it fiscally being that much more or that much higher than, say, something for Rift. I think what they're doing at Star Wars is they're going for a more subdued, subtle approach that is all-inclusive tie-in. For instance, we just did the Grand Acquisition race, and the race that came and that was, I guess, introduced are associated with the Gree. The Gree are associated with technology way beyond the comprehension of your average human. So they're working, you know, we're talking about working on a fourth plane. They're talking about working on an eighth plane of dimensions. So they've got all this crazy stuff going. And now the next the next raid coming out is the what's it called? Terra from Beyond. And the next PvP zone is what's it called? Terra from Beyond and the Ancient Hypergates. All of that ties in, just like the Rat Ghoul invasion right before Lost Island and Kaon Under Siege. All of that stuff, it's tied together. They're trying to make a very fluid game that everything seems to make sense when we add something to the game. And I'm sure that takes a much longer time to put together than, let's say, something in Rift. But taking a longer time doesn't necessarily mean it costs that much more money. And I'm sure BioWare has a sound studio on premises, so the cost inherent with renting a sound booth and all that stuff is gone. They paid all that stuff up front, and so, I mean, it would only make sense. Like, hey, you guys are doing a voiceover heavy game. Hell, every game you do is voiceover heavy. It wouldn't make sense not to have a sound studio somewhere on the premises. And it's in Austin. So they were just having to go to Edmonton, and yeah, so there's no extra cost with voiceover or anything like that. I'm sure that the Hero engine is a little less wieldy and is a little more unwieldy than whatever they're using at Rift, but I mean, let's be honest, when Rift first came out, like, it was rough. Like, it didn't play very well on anybody's system, and to some degree doesn't play very well on systems. And they've gotten better with time. They've had I think they're working on, they're past their first year birthday. So they're working on almost year 2 now? They're working on year 2, like a year and 6 months or something. They've had time to refine it and get good at what they're doing. I think that it's unreasonable to ask any game, and I would say this also for Guild Wars 2. I think it would be unreasonable for people to expect Guild Wars to come out with content more than once every 4 to 5 months. I think it would be, well, when I'm saying content, I'm talking beefy content, like a raid or a series of world bosses or a personal story arc or anything. I think that 5 months, maybe 6 months, is fairly reasonable for that type of stuff. Huh? Don't want to play Counter-Strike? No, I don't want to play Counter-Strike. Yeah, I mean, the whole thing is that I don't think that development cost is ever going to get nailed down. Star Wars was a really expensive game to make. I don't know how expensive Guild Wars 2 was to make. I assume it was fairly expensive. And then there are parts that you can tell where they kind of and I mean, I the cutscenes in Guild Wars 2, I don't give a damn what anybody says. They look fucking terrible. They really do look terrible. My character stands over here. And this, they're like sock. Yeah, that's a good one. They look like sock puppets. It's really weird. So, again, I'm not hating on the game. I'm just saying, like, they skimped on the cutscenes, and they probably did that not because they didn't want to do a good job or anything, but probably because they saw how much of a pain in the ass it would be to do the same type of cutscenes that Star Wars is doing. They probably like, that's probably not the most financially savvy way to do this, so we'll do it another way. I need to retrieve 2 more parts and kill 2 more guys. Hey, what's up, Big? Yeah, but next week I'll play Guild Wars for a whole week, and I'll give it a fair, shot, just like any other game, before I make any sort of judgment. Yeah, I might. I mean, I already know I'm not gonna like the cutscenes. I already know that from what I've played, unless the cutscenes dramatically get better. Yeah. Yeah. We'll find out. I mean, but I'm willing to give it a fair go before I'm like, oh, this game sucks or anything like that. I'm like, I have to, have to play it and give it a go and see how much fun it is and if it actually holds my interest. Why am I not getting any more of these damn? It says retrieve the primary access code. Okay. What do you guys think about Guild Wars 2? Are you excited to play it? Are you thinking, it'd be all right, or you hate it, or I'm just curious, like, where other people are thinking about the game. I am the anti-fanboy. Oh, Khan.
There's more where this
Patch 5.0 goes live. Isn't that the one that makes like the pandas available for everybody? Wait and see approach. I can go along with that. I can completely understand and kind of wanting to wait and see if the game is gonna live up to the expectations. And I'm just being honest, if you're waiting for it to live up to the expectations, it won't. It won't. The expectations for that game are so ridiculously high. It's like all the hype that was on Star Wars got transferred to that game. And unless that game can like deliver everything anyone has ever wanted in a game and do it better than any other previous game they've ever played, it's not going to get the type of critical acclaim in the long run that I think a lot of people kind of expect it to have. I think in the short term it's going to be just like WoW or Star Wars, where everybody's like, I love this fucking game, and then a couple months later there's going to be this level of irritability. I mean, someone earlier just said it takes 5 days playtime to get to level 80, and I'm like, that's great and terrible at the same time. I mean, it's a reasonable amount of time investment to get to max level, but once you're at max level, if there's nothing to grind out, I don't know if there's PvP ranks or anything like that, you're going to find a lot of people bored. I mean, they're going to do world versus world, and they're going to have a lot of fucking fun the first 2 months, and then they'll be like, this is fucking stupid, it doesn't give me anything. Again, I don't know if it does give you anything, so it doesn't track with PvE levels. That's interesting. That's interesting. I mean, that's actually really interesting. I did not know that. So we shall see. I hope that there's some level of personal achievement in that game, because if there's no personal achievement and it's all community based, you're going to have a lot of pissed off people, because there's going to be some people who really, really want to push and go fast, and other people who just don't. And you're going to find out that people are fucking ridiculously irritable about the time. Wants to push progression, or nobody listens in war, you know. Oh god, that I can't wait for that. That you can transfer, you can change realms, and that world versus world is realm based, if I am correct in that. I can't wait. You're gonna find that one server that seems really good at PvP, and everyone else who sucks. Oh man, it's gonna be rough.
Now you're dumb, ugly, and dead.
Why did I shoot this poor man over here? Yeah, I love Star Wars. Yeah, it's totally a game worth playing. I'd say if you enjoyed Dragon Age or Mass Effect and you enjoyed the story, then if you like the story of those games, if you like KOTOR, then you'll like this. But if you're playing it to be a replacement for, like, let's say WoW PvP or WoW rating or something like that, you're going to be disappointed. You have to be willing to make alts, and you have to be willing to play the game, you know, for more than a week to enjoy it. It's not a quick game, but if you really do explore all the extra things in the game, like all the companions, all the story arcs, there's a lot to do. And there's also like a lot of intrigue. Like the entire game is meant to be played. Everyone is meant to play all 8 classes to get the whole story. The story of the Republic on Terrace is different than the Empire on Terrace. The Smuggler going there is different than the Operative going there. It's all different. The gameplay is pretty varied. All the classes feel different. You don't play them the same. So all in all, I think it's a great game. I think a lot of people are playing this game looking for a direct successor to World of Warcraft, and when it wasn't that, they became disenfranchised and angry. I think a lot of people didn't want to level up all their companions, and so when at the end of the game they felt like the story was too short, when in fact you just haven't explored all of the options in each story. For instance, there's a point in the game with one of the companions for the bounty hunter that actually ties into one of the main characters from the timeline, YEEHAAAW Viz. And I thought YEEHAAAW Viz is an amazing character. Like, broke the Mandalorian blockade and saved the Republic and yada yada yada. And I was like, oh, that's awesome. And then you find out that one of your companions actually has history with YEEHAAAW Viz. And you get to find YEEHAAAW Viz. I'm like, all of that is really fun and interesting, but again, it requires to dig. It's not like flashing in front of your face, hey, you know, it's one of those things where you find out and you're pleasantly surprised. You're like, oh, that's awesome. And something that I think a lot of people just so fixated on being the best or having that one really awesome character that they didn't think to play this game through. I mean, let's say this game was offline. It was like KOTOR, right? It was like KOTOR 1. You wouldn't play KOTOR 1 one time and never pick it back up again. You would never play a game like that and just play it one time. You would pick it up and play it a couple of times. You'd play it as a smuggler one time. Then you'd play it again as a dual-wielding Jedi Knight. And then the next time you play it as an evil, going to the dark side Jedi Knight. And the first time you would really focus on these 3 companions. The next time you'd really focus on these 3. Next time a combination of. And people played this game one time through and were like, this is boring and it's short. I'm like, it's not. The game is broken up that you play it multiple times through, which I think is a shortcoming from BioWare, that they didn't tell people that they should have told them that if you're playing this game to be like KOTOR 1 or 2, or you're trying to play it as a spiritual successor to those games, you need to play all of the classes. They needed to push people to play all the classes, saying that if you played the first, let's say you played your first class through, and it took you 2 weeks to play, that the second time you play through, that you'll get a speed boost or an experience boost, so it doesn't take you quite as long. And on top of that, we'll give you a bonus. Obviously, they gave us bonuses in terms of the buffs. I can now buff every class buff because I've leveled those archetypes all the way up to 50. So I can now buff myself. I can have all the buffs, and that's a bonus. But they need to do more to make it feel like, hey, you have a reason to play all these classes, and you have a reason to want to play them and do all of the stuff involved. And they should have pushed people that direction instead of kind of letting them become frustrated. This is something they should have done 2 months ahead of time, 3 months ahead of time before the game launched, and explain to people this is how the game is meant to be played. I did not see Neverwinter. I'll put that up on the website, the news site tonight. For instance, Dragon Age. Stoll, how many times have you played Dragon Age? Okay, Stoll has clocked 500 hours in Dragon Age 2. So, Stoll knows everything about fucking Dragon Age because she's played it so much. And that's how that game is intended to be played. You're intended to play it several times, and at least twice. I would hope you played it more than twice. I just can't imagine. I just don't understand why people were like for instance, like Khan. Khan didn't like the leveling in the game. He thought there was too much story, and he thought there was too much talking. And I can see where someone can say that, like, you know, it is a little hard for someone trying to level in a reasonable time frame if every NPC talks to you. Every NPC has this long-winded backstory of why you're doing something. You're still killing 20 Wampa rats. You're still doing that, but there's context for it now, and it's not written. I think that BioWare might have better appealed to people like that who think there's too much story by adding the option to give people a written description of the quest. You know, just quest text, just like you have in World of Warcraft, and say that we're only going to do that by clicking this option. None of the NPCs will talk to you outside of your companions and your main story arc. That you'll right click, you'll grab the quest, you'll take it, and you'll move on. That you don't have to look at the storyline or anything like that, but we're warning you before you take this option. It's going to drastically alter your gameplay and your perception of the game, and we suggest that you don't. But if you want to do it anyway, knock yourself out. I think an option like that might have gotten more people willing to play the game through several times. I can see how it wears on your nerves the second or third time you're doing a planet that's not your class story arc, how uninteresting some of the quests can be. Jeez, it's only 11 a.m. Jeez. I'm over here thinking it's like 3 in the afternoon. Like, oh man, I wonder if Taco Bell's open yet. This is true. I'm ordering a Pozzolo. Oh, what'd you get that was free to play? And I still can't get this last thing to drop. I hate quests like this in every game, where you run in, you're supposed to kill, you know, 20 or 30 of these things or whatever, and you do it, and you're supposed to also get an item drop, and it only drops after you've killed, you know, 105, but you were only meant to kill 30.
Got the tools and the talent.
Oh, that's awesome. I usually go to half.com and I buy like the beat up ass books instead of getting them from my college for an ungodly fee. You know, I don't usually promote people pirating stuff, but college textbooks, knock yourself out. Pirate the shit out of that, because that is a racket. There is literally no reason why. No bullshit. I've had classes where I've had to purchase 4 or 5 books, and over the course of the year, we might crack open 3 out of the 4 books once. We might read 2 or 3 paragraphs out of that book, but that book cost me $105. And then when you try to sell it back to the school, they're like, oh, well, this cost you $105, but we're only going to give you $7 for it. I'm like, what the fuck? Or my favorite, when you buy a book and the guy who's the author of the book is also the professor in the class. You're like, really? That should be fucking illegal. You should not be able to write a book and then assign that book as required reading for a class. That should be fucking illegal. Like, I'm not here so you can buy a fucking third house in Monte Vista. Like, that's fucking ridiculous. When I say pirate, that pirate textbooks. Pirate textbooks, buy them secondhand, buy them used. If they say, hey, you need to get the 13th edition, and the 13th edition is like $300, go buy the 12th edition. That shit is $1.50 at Amazon. And the thing about it is, most of the stuff you learn in college is, as I like to call it, throwaway knowledge. Unless it specifically applies to what you will be doing in your day-to-day job, be it an engineer or a fucking chef. Most of that, unless you use it, you lose it. For instance, I took Japanese for 3 years. I learned copious amounts of Japanese. Honorific, ultra honorific, low common language. I learned all this shit, and guess what? I can barely speak any Japanese now because I don't use it on a daily basis. It's called use it or lose it. And most of the knowledge you learn in college is throwaway knowledge. You're never going to have the opportunity to use it, so you're not going to remember any of it.
There's more where this came from.
I think it's ridiculous that a professor who's obviously, and don't get me wrong, I know some professors don't make a whole lot of money. I know a lot of professors don't make a whole lot of money. But professors usually, if they're working at a fairly decent university, make a nice amount of money. They get a stipend from the school. They get a corner office with books and a tweed jacket and a pipe. I mean, they're not fucking starving. They're not going home thinking to themselves, oh God, ramen again. I mean, they're making a fairly decent amount of money, and when they were getting their PhD, they normally get a stipend from the school to get their PhD because the school wants them to teach there. So it's not woe is me fucking professors. It's not like they're starving or anything. But for them to try to make money off of me, the stupid fucking college student who already has debt up to their fucking elbows, I think that's atrocious. I think that's grotesque. I mean, part of teaching is you have to like teaching. You have to understand that teaching is not always a highly paid profession. One day, some poor Japanese university is probably going to give me a corner office somewhere so I can grade English papers or whatever. I mean, realistically, that's what I'd either like to retire with a small like bed and breakfast, or just continue to collect money from college students as long as possible. That's what I'd like to do to retire. The idea of working and hell with that. A copy for $10. that's cool. If that's what a professor should be. Look, I don't need you guys to go out and buy a fucking book. Give me $10, I'll slide you this shit I made at home. Call it a day. I think that's appropriate. Not someone like, for instance, this international business book, right? Is this international? No, sorry. Business ethics, right? Richard T. DeGeorge. The guy who teaches my class helped write that book. There's a picture of him and Richard like hanging the fuck out at a bar. I'm like, so you assign this book because you helped write it, so you know what's in it. Fair enough. But that's your friend, like your friend. I've seen a picture of you and him hanging out. What the fuck, man? And in the new version when we buy the 13th edition was like $212. I'm like, you must be out of your fucking mind. What I name my bed and breakfast? I don't know. I'd open up a bed and breakfast in northern Japan in Hokkaido, and obviously, you know, eat English-speaking staff, and I would promote it as a I want to say a 5-star quality type, 4 or 5-star quality type destination for people who like to ski, because people who have a lot of money and like to ski have more money than they have common sense, and I am here to collect that money. I'm not entirely sure what I would call it, but we would offer hookers if that was the right client, if that's what they wanted. Whatever they want, you can have it. Later, nerd. Nerd is actually learning useful skills. He can actually apply what he's learning to his trade. I learned theory. That is what I learned. I learned theory, and you can't apply any of it to can't apply any of it to your fucking day to day. And I've been killing these same mobs for like 30 minutes. Black Diamond Inn. I would actually name Black Diamond Inn. I mean, why the fuck not? Good, Kurtz. That's good. I'm not gonna lie. Since I've been taking business classes, I stop and I look at them like I can't use any of this shit. Like, for instance, I took a multicultural business ethics or something like 2 semesters ago, and I'm thinking it's going to teach me, you know, this is how you deal with someone who's from Portugal. This is how you deal with someone who is from France. This is how you deal with someone who's from Sweden. These are the cultural things to keep in mind. And I learned a little bit of that, but mostly the class was about African Americans in the workplace and how to make them feel welcome. And I'm looking at I messaged the professor. I'm like, is this really appropriate? He's like, oh, it's really important. You don't want to offend African Americans. They're an integral part of the workforce. And I don't have my picture as part of my profile picture. I have a picture of Inspector Gadget. So I think my professor thinks I'm a white guy, and he's like, well, you really need to learn how to be more culturally sensitive. He's actually written that on my paper. He says your attitudes towards African Americans needs to change, and I was like, "Are you serious?" I almost wanted to correct him. I almost wanted to show him a picture of me waving or holding up a sign like, "Hey, professor," but I'm like, "What?" Yeah. I was just like, wait. You mean I'm taking a class about how, like, I had to write a paper, said, who do you think the most God, the most abused group is within the business world. And I was like, well, I don't want to seem contrived. I don't want to say black. I don't want to say black men. I was like, all right, who could I use? You know, who could I pick? And I was like, I don't want to use black women. I was like, all right, well, I don't want to use women because, again, all contrived. So I thought to myself, I said biracial men. I threw that out there. I was like, a light-skinned, you know, black guy or whatever, a guy who's light, you know, as light as Stoll, would probably have a hard time fitting in, especially if he had like blue eyes or blonde hair or something. He would be seen as white to the black employees, and he'd be seen as black to the white employees. Like that would suck, especially in marketing, where the majority of the people who work in marketing are white guys. And Professor to like jump down my throat like, you don't understand anything about multi-ethnic groups, and I'm just like, what? I like, my wife is I was like, oh, this is fucking priceless. Yeah, but the whole thing is I didn't want to come off as, in all of my classes I make it a point not to come off as an angry black guy. I go out of my way to avoid that stereotype. A lot of people see me like, and I don't know what it is, but in the business world, a lot of people are clean shaven. For whatever fucking reason, they're just clean shaven. I have a goatee, obviously, and the goatee scares people. It actually scares people. We took a poll in class, and they're like, facial hair frightens some people, and I'm like, what the fuck? So obviously I have facial hair. I'm a black guy. I'm opinionated. I'm like, I don't want to come off as the angry black guy. I don't want to be that guy. So I try to avoid making race an issue in most cases when it comes to business. I try to go ahead and be colorblind, which is obviously stupid since no one's colorblind. But I try not to make that a focal point of anything I say or do. So I never want to say, well, black men are just beaten down so bad. True, it's all true, but I don't want to fucking say it. Glowy tampons.
That's right. I got you.
Alright, I'm about to give up on this fucking quest. This is ridiculous. Subsystem access. Maybe it's farther away. Maybe I'm just in the wrong area. Oh, that's disgusting. Thanks. Thanks. I'm already in hell twice. Thanks. It's disgusting. Okay, maybe they're this far out.
Let's get him.
Thanks, Brian. I've given up eating now. You've made a fat man stop wanting to eat. You should market that. Exactly. I mean, I'm not in sales or anything like that, so, you know, facial hair is kind of irrelevant to me. I'm in management, but you would think in management you want someone to look like a little forceful and a little gruff, like, and don't fuck with Bordeaux because they'll fire you. I mean, maybe that's not what you want. Maybe you want a manager who's just fucking happy and sunshine. In that case, you don't want to hire me. Alright, well, fuck this quest. I say that as I target one more guy to attack.
one.
Oh, this is horse shit. This is literally the first quest I've ever run into like this in SWTOR. I used to run into this all the time in WoW, but this is literally the first time I've ever run into it in SWTOR, where I just cannot get an item to drop. Oh, thank God. This quest better give me 5 levels. Yeah, I think that's really important. I think it's a good manager has to strike a balance between appeasing their higher ups, because at the end of the day, nobody wants to piss off their boss. It doesn't matter if you're the guy at the bottom of the totem pole or the guy at the top. You don't want to piss off your boss, but at the same time, you have to have a rapport with your subordinates, that they trust you, that if something goes wrong or they need help or assistance, that they can come to you and they're not going to be berated or chastised for it. It's a very, strike the balance just by virtue of who they are. They don't have to uh, work at it or anything like that. Other people really do have to kind of try to figure out how to do both at the same time. But I think my degree is in international business and international marketing, basically. Uh, what it is I take a product like, let's say, lotion that's being sold in the United States, and we see how that product would fare in India. And it's like, okay, well, it's not selling well. And now it's time to go ahead and break it down. Why? Why is it not selling well? To get a research team in there to kind of figure out, why can't we sell this fucking Jergens in anywhere? You know, it doesn't really make a difference where, but why can't we sell it in, let's say, India? And then they find out, okay, these cultural differences, the smell, the consistency, the packaging, all of that stuff is important, and you need to go ahead and know why. So potato chips in China will be when I get done with all this pesky school. The hell is this?
Let's get him.
Well, Indians are, your average Indian person is relatively poor. Is cheaper than a condom is in India, and that's a problem. Gillette ran into a problem a couple of years ago where they couldn't sell razors, disposable razors, in India, and they just could not figure out for the life of them why. They found out that the four blade, really nice razors that a lot of Westerners prefer, for instance, I've got like a Fusion or whatever. Those razors are really, really freaking expensive to make by comparison, and on top of it, most Indian men don't have a whole lot of facial hair. So the way that they solved it is they basically went back down to the single razor, changed the color of it, changed the shape of it, put a grip on it, made it look fancy, but it's a single blade, cheap razor. Selling off the fucking shelves now. Like personal hygiene, it's different in different places. In China, for instance, 90% of the populace in China do not brush their teeth. They prefer to freshen their breath with mint tea or mint leaves. So Colgate had this huge problem that China is this huge, growing, expansive market that they could sell $1 bazillion worth of merchandise there, but no one brushes their fucking teeth. How do we get people to start brushing their fucking teeth? What they do, not mint flavored, but mint tea flavored Colgate. 2, they made it a lot less sweet. So it's not like, for instance, brushing your teeth with Colgate from the States is like brushing your teeth with a fucking candy bar as far as the rest of the world is concerned. In China, it's very, very little sweetener in it. Very, very little. And on top of that, they made an incentive program. They were like, if people brush their teeth, that they would pay for dentist checkups for people who lived in rural areas. And the idea is that we put money in the community now and make people want to brush their fucking teeth. Now, their kids will want to brush their teeth because it's just what's normal. So this generation put money in there, hand out some cash basically. Later on, reap the benefits. That, believe it or not, cost them like $4 million worth of research to figure out that people in the rural portions of China don't brush their fucking teeth. Weird. I mean, strange but true. And you got, I mean, when you think about how ridiculously large China is, and most of the people live along the coast, Sichuan province, Macau, is it Macau? Yeah, Macau. Those places are nowhere near Hong Kong. Hong Kong might as well be a different fucking planet. It's really interesting to see how things change. Mandarin Chinese versus Cantonese. You have to. There are cultural and language differences that you have to change and abide by, and a lot of people don't realize that it is a multi-million-dollar industry selling fucking potato chips in China. It's a multi-billion-dollar industry. For instance, best case scenario, Frito-Lays. You guys know Flamin' Hot chips, right? The Flamin' Hot Fritos or potato chips or whatever. Those things, when they launched in like the mid 90s, late early 90s in the United States, flew off the shelves. People like spicy chips. They like spicy food. That's not a big deal. People in Japan don't like spicy food like that. Everything is very mild, very bland. They're almost English. A lot of boiled food and stuff. So what they did was they tried to launch those same chips. They didn't change a fucking thing. They changed maybe the packaging name and put them on the shelf in Japan. They couldn't give them away. Literally, they would go to like elementary and middle schools because kids like junk food. And after school, and they'd be like, "Hey, Frito-Lay's is giving away flaming hot chips," and the kids would not fucking take them. If you have a problem, if you can't give away junk food to a 7-year-old, you got a fucking problem. And they found out that they tried to launch this in the middle of the summer. They tried to launch this in the middle of summer, spicy food, good times with friends, Bud Light. That's the image that you give for spicy foods in the States, at a barbecue, it's spicy, have a drink, good times with friends. They tried the same thing in Japan. In Japan, during the summer, it's hot as balls. So people enjoy cool things. Lemon. So what Frito-Lay's came up with is they ripped the Flamin' Hot Cheetos from the shelves and they replaced it with cool lemon pepper chips. Sold, flying off the fucking shelves. That cost them like $8 million to figure that out. I don't know. I mean, when you can't give away junk food to a 7-year-old, I don't care what country they're from, you've got a problem. You've got a serious problem when you can't give it away. You can't entice the kids to I mean, that's pretty fucked up. A little 7-year-old boy, he will eat anything if it comes out of a bag, basically. I could give a 7-year-old boy uncooked pasta, but if it came out of a lightly colored bag, he'd eat it. So, I mean, they ran into a problem. Those are like for real issues that companies run into. The comment about the Chevy Nova in Mexico, right? Again, that's a company that's Chevy just taking their product in the U.S., not modifying it in any way, shape, or form, moving it over borders and saying, "Buy this. It works in this country. People like it. You guys should like it too." You can't do that. You have to alter your product. For instance, in Japan, they sell a little they sell a lot of I want to call them box cars, box SUVs. They're basically the Scion Cube or whatever, right? They sell that style of car, but less fancy in Japan because it's a space saver and parking is at a premium and all this other stuff. They don't sell that kind of car anywhere else in the world. Like the Cube, if you went to Japan, that would be considered a full-size car in terms of like its horsepower. In Japan, they sell like really weak-ass cars because people usually don't go very far in their car. If they're going to go a long distance, they get on the train.
Beautiful children. You killed them all. Why?
You have something that belongs to Druga the Hut.
Please, kill me.
Captain, it's that girl from the Hollow, Momi Andrell. What did this sick filth he do to her?
Leger used me for experiments. Did terrible things. I'm dying.
He'll pay for what he's done to you.
I don't care about revenge. Don't let him keep that beautiful beast. He's sick.
Silence, test subject. The Shanjaru is invaluable to my research. I need it. The species displays evidence of evolving sapiens. I must unlock its secrets to engineer my perfect life form.
Slaves! He wants to make slaves!
Smart beasts that comprehend complex commands and perform multi-stage tasks. What the buyers do with them is their business.
Why did you experiment on this poor woman?
I certainly wasn't about to use my children. I have no desire for hostilities with Druga or his agents. I extracted genetic samples from the Shanjaru. They'll have to suffice. The beast cage is a programmable repulsor lift vehicle. I'll send it to Druga immediately.
wants the Shanjaru so he can eat the last of a species.
The hut will have his meal shortly. There is no reason for more violence.
What you did to Momi is reason enough, you filth.
How can you take her side? Her kind would leave us rotting in ignorance.
The Shinjaro's genetic samples are the only way to save the species. Get them
Almost
from
nuts.
Lachey.
Wait. I'll pay whatever it takes to keep these samples. Leave me in peace so I can finish my research.
You're extinct, you lunatic.
Oh, stop! My mind is with too much!
Thank you. Take the genetic samples to the Senate Tower on Coruscant. A researcher named Deruta can clone the Shanjuro, repopulate the species. It will be my dying legacy. Lachey injected me with awful diseases. Incurable ones. The pain is horrible. I don't want to live like this. Please, kill me.
Your father is rich, right? He can afford treatments to help you.
Maybe you're right. I'll try. Thank you.
Oh snap, she got the AIDS. Oddly enough, AIDS is, there's actually a reported case of someone being cured of AIDS, which is good news, I suppose. Okay, I'm sorry. I was watching the thing. The computer specs or whatever, it's a half 932 case. It's a 64 gigabyte SSD drive. It's a 7950 AMD graphics card, 6-core AMD processor. I don't know what that one's called, what the processor is. 6-core, it's like a 3.3 gigahertz or something like that. Logitech G930 headset. Is it 930 or 9? G935 or G35 headset. I've got a, what the hell is this? A Hex mouse, and I have I'm using my Black Widow Ultimate keyboard. So it's a, I don't want to say, and I'm sorry, 32-inch monitor, or it's a Samsung television. It's 32-inch monitor, and then a 24-inch monitor off to the side in portrait mode, and then a Microsoft HD webcam, 720p or something like that. I'm using XSplit, and I'm also using DxTory, Drextory. It doesn't make a difference. And 12 gigs of RAM or something like that. Yeah. FF split? The hell is FF split? Yeah, I mean, when people are like, "Oh, you got to get Intel; it's so much better." Intel stuff, realistically speaking, is better. It works better. It has higher clock speeds. All that stuff is great. Your average person is never going to use any of that crap. So what does it matter? Like, I'm probably pushing my computer to the limits of what your average person will ever do with it. So there's no reason to go buy a $1,000 processor or be like crying and have a motherboard capable of supporting two $1,000 processors. It's like XSplit, but free and more lightweight. I'm willing to give that a go. But I'm not going that way. I'm going all the way around. Oh, for shit's sakes.
Got the tools and the talent.
Yeah, I already bought my XSplit license. I mean, if it works better, I'm all for it. I'll try it if it works better. So when does the stress test for Guild Wars 2 start? In like an hour or two? I appreciate the follow, thank you. Oh, that's cool. I'll go ahead and I'll give it a shot, why not? Oh, by the way, yeah, I heard DMOX has to go to school on Tuesdays and Thursdays now. So we probably are going to end up changing our raid days. It's probably going to be like a
Don't know why they
Wednesday,
bother with
Friday
suicide
thing now.
Not like the residents care about disposing.
I don't know if it's going to be Monday, Wednesday, Friday. We'll find out. But we'll probably change it up because since there's no influx of players or anything yet, then we can really do. Why's it gotta be a whiteboard overlay, huh? Huh? Oh. But what, the Guild Wars 2 stress test, it starts in like 2 hours or something like that. I know Khan was here earlier masturbating feverishly. Patrol casting. Oh, gotcha.
I got the codes.
All right, just let me scan them. If this doesn't work, at least our techs have somewhere to start the next time.
By the end of today, Camp 27 will be a memory.
It's one I'll do my best to forget. Codes will only be good for a little bit longer. You can use them to get inside, access the security console, and let me know you're in. You can pull this off. You'll be rescuing a true hero of the Republic.
Nwatalan. Oh, okay, won't be listening to that.
I don't think it was just bad luck. You don't.
Alien gibberish. I guess I'll go over and do this first. Why are you so entertaining? Because I'm awesome? I don't know. That's actually the first compliment. I don't know unless it's a backhanded. I don't know. I honestly think it's the first compliment I've gotten on the stream in a while. So thank you. I'm gonna go pleasure myself to that comment. Thank you. Like, you know what? I promise you, they're gonna sell something like this. See this skin for the dancer outfit? Unless it's somewhere else in the game and I haven't run into it, I promise you they're gonna start selling stuff like this in the store. Like I have never seen that. Thinking about selling blue quality gear in the store, and I was thinking if I was, if am I okay with that? And realistically speaking, yes, I am okay with that as long as it doesn't upset the market or anything like that. I think I'm okay with it because you can't alter blue gear. It's not like you can say, "Oh, I'm buying this blue piece of gear and I'm gonna put mods in it or anything like that." I mean, once it's outlived its usefulness, it's done. You sell it for the handful of credits you're going to get for it. But that actually did bring up a good question. If they're okay with selling blue quality gear for, like, let's say level 20 and 30, would they ever take it a step further and sell purple gear for level 20 and 30? And if they're okay with that, why not sell T&E's gear? Like, I mean, it answers a terrible question of how far are they willing to go. I was stroking my mustache.
We are so very impressed you survived, Shadowtown. Congratulations.
Did that female Shanjaroo fly here?
The repulsor lift cage made a dramatic entrance during the 27th course. The Great Feast Master was excessively delighted by his female specimen's return. As we assured him, his interest in your Shanjara was renewed. Brugge has already contacted your associate to arrange the details.
Our Shanjaru will be there shortly, Druga dear.
We could repopulate the galaxy, give the beasts a second chance.
Love to, but I need to install that prototype engine. Maybe next time.
Come on, Risha, don't leave this hut hanging.
It's a date, Druga. Come see me when you're ready to lift off, Captain.
The Wookiee's final performance begins.
This is gonna upset me, isn't it?
You have affection for the beast? Unfortunate. The gambler refuses to repay his debt to Druga, so the Wookiee is now property of the Great Beast Master.
Oh my, oh shit. It's not good.
Hang on, Vodar. I'll save you.
Oh, that's not good. Uh-oh.
That's right. I
what's this race called? YEEHAAAW. I don't think I'd play one of these guys, but I'd love to see someone else get a chance to play him.
Weren't you entertained, Druga? I want you to join my crew.
Where do you plan to bunk him? I'll bet he snores like a busted pod racer engine.
We do not understand the value you place on this beast, but we will see to it he reaches your starship safely. We bid you farewell. It has been stimulating.
Yay! I got a Wookiee. Now Bodar will stay on my ship forever because I hate alien gibberish. Top head, but what's the doorways? It was no bueno. What does it look like to have a Wookiee next to you? Holy shit, he's huge! Oh god, it's like if your dog had if your dog became a human being, like it's a little weird. I'm almost tempted to use Bodar just because he's so fucking... God, he's so... Look at him! It's like a giant furry mop. But look at those eyes. You can almost stare into his soul. Alright, let's see. Last quest, and then I'm gonna roll out. Yeah, God, he would have been so much better if he had a bowcaster. Just make him a DPS, just a range DPS of the bowcaster. But you know what? But maybe this is a remnant of when they were allowing you to put kits on your companions. You could start off with any companion in the game, and you could augment them with a kit to change them to any type that you wanted them to be. So let's say you get Mako, right? Mako is a range damage dealer or a healer, right? And mostly just a healer. So let's say you wanted Mako to be a tank, right? You wanted her to be a melee tank. The kits would allow you to make her a melee tank. You would simply purchase her a new kit, and that kit would augment her abilities so that they work in melee, and she could tank and generate threat and all this other stuff. If you wanted Bodar to be a ranged DPS, you buy him a new kit, and now he's a ranged DPS. I thought that was a lot more elegant of a solution. I mean, but at the same time, I could see where that could become a problem. I think it was a really elegant solution. It was really simple to kind of make the character that you wanted to have, or play with the companion you want to play with. But there's no incentive at that point to, for instance, let's say I like Corso. There would be no incentive for me to pick up Bodar, since I need a tank, and Bodar, you know, let's say, couldn't tank. He is a tank, though, isn't he? Which...
I always thought you'd stashed it someplace.
But I'm looking forward to getting this character all the way to max level, because I want the pimp coat that they get. I saw one on the auction house for something like 50K, and I almost bought it. I'm like, yeah, but wait a minute, that's a lot of fucking money for a for a look. So. Question: does anybody know when the Guild Wars 2 thing starts this afternoon? I'm assuming it starts in like an hour or two. In 2 hours? Thanks, I appreciate it. You know what? I need to go to the how the hell is it called? The the Republic fleet, and I need to get a new shotgun. I think the one I have is blue, and I want to buy an orange one so I can modify it. Oh, you can't modify those. That's right. Fuck. That's something that needs to change. You need to be able to modify your knives and your shotguns. I think it's so weird that you can, if you okay, let's say you're a sentinel, right? You can modify your main hand and your offhand if you're same thing. If you're a what the hell is a marauder, you can do the same thing. I think it's weird that you can't modify or alter your like power generators or anything like that. I think that's really weird. I mean, even though it is kind of irrelevant, I mean, either you like, the stats you have on it or you don't. And you can't see it, so it's kind of irrelevant about the look. Maybe they should change it. Maybe you should see your power generator like clipped on your belt or something. I mean, I know that would be kind of superfluous and that really wouldn't have any sort of bearing. It wouldn't make any difference, but it'd be nice, I guess. I'm fucking switching back to Corso.
Dumb, ugly, and dead.
Oh shit, there's two of them? I did not see that.
Dying.
I don't know why I find that funny. Oh shit. There's a lot of materials on the ground.
Hang on. The slicers are trying to tap the line. God, that's fantastic. I can't believe you made it into Camp 27. On your own, I mean, we've got plenty of guys at the other way. Don't let it go to your head, though. No telling what the Empire's hiding in there.
When I'm done, there won't be anything but bones.
From your lips to the Emperor's ears, my friend. Now we've got no specs on this place, nothing. Anyone in the cells, assume they're one of ours and spring them. Your main target is Echo Building. He's a Jedi. On Solace that kept the Empire from enslaving half the planet. Got caught himself.
I'll save him. You don't need to convince me.
The Republic should count itself lucky to have someone like you. Send a team to wait outside the shields. It'll back you up if you need it on the way out. Good luck.
All right. Oh, wait. And for the people who are watching over at For the Win, the one guy who might be over there, the conversation we're actually having, or any conversations actually taking place over at Twitch TV, Bordeaux 85, because for whatever reason, the live streaming on YouTube, the comments don't show up until 20-30 minutes later, so I can't actually read anything someone's saying over at YouTube, which kind of sucks. Alright, so I think that's going to do it for me on For the Win, so give me 1 second, I have to turn off the stream over there, because I literally cannot take any more of this music.